Welcome everybody to part 8 of the Dawntrail expansion for Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, we're going to continue through the story today. Probably hit 100 as well, so I'm pretty close to 99. And yeah, let's get into it. The next flight to Yoctail will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. Oh boy. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air all the way to Yoctail? Are you ready? Bags packed and our goodbyes said. There's no going back once we lift off. No, not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand? Just until I've settled my nerves. Of course. You're the nicest person I ever met, Angelus. I'll try not to crush your hand. There she is. Third promise. Wait just a moment. Mablu and Tobli, of course. Of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kryle's earring. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Yoctail as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by the foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. Foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yoctail, to where it seems you are already bound. Well, what luck. Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there, or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible, and I'm as good as there. Last call for passengers to Yoctail. I really hope she wins. Yoctail will test your mettle without a doubt. The new Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be.
The fierce Chapral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yaktel. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Chapral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumautka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Chapral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Nice. With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. Oh shit. I was not expecting that. Oh wait, maybe I need this to get down here. Is there a way through? No. Guess not. I'm gonna assume story-wise it takes you to the other section. Oh shit, there's one of those owls. Alright, good, everyone's accounted for. Brox is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Aaronville. I was not exaggerating about the Cenotes. It would be grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Level 1. One more to go. Ready to head on in. Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. Third promise and her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I see the Dawn Servant. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. And then come and join us in the Garden of Stars at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? Who might that be? There is but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with a Ligarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As a Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us. Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Twelve forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red. Blue. On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red! Which means...
Together again, as fate would have it.
victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-head.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Bibil.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say? Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. It's a lighter wonder.
How fortunate that the feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Jaja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers? Yes. Our competition has a team of 6. The 2 claimants, Zoril Ja and Bakul Jaja's lackeys. Whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the task suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Zibruk Pibble. Well, we can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feast, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of Zabral people. Let us gather here once we have seen some clues this village has to offer. So we're grocery shopping. Basically. Now first, let me attune to this place. An unusual colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no. It appears I've gone and dropped my jewel. Tika banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from the underground oven. There's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. We have cut our losses and headed up to Mamok. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. recipe for Zabrik Pibble. I wish I could tell you, friend, a dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Hunma Rook himself. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still a brook to be had at market. Wink. Colorful spices. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. That's one called Akiyot. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Zabrik Kibble? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might as a staple dish, and observation of their technique yielded clues enough. The lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to the Zabrik Dibble. But one in particular she attributed to all common Zabral dishes, Akiyot, she called it. I see then, if Zabrik Pibble is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in a leaf of nujul or banana in certain locations. It would seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't we? A sizzling slab of beef, it smelled so good I could practically taste it. I think you're smelling what you want to smell. Cattle isn't common in Yogg-Toroil and unlikely to be an ingredient used in Zabral tradition cuisine. A brick, without a doubt. As would be expected of a dish called Zabrik Biddle, indeed. So to summarize, this dish is one of the bricks flavored with a combination of spices that include akoti and steamed underground with nujul or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forests while you all were exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild brick, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Excuse me. Leave it to the master gleaner. All that. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help preparing the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable Ibrick if they will perform the requisite deed, Alice. As for the jewel leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in that part. They only grow in the Tika heartland forest far beyond these. Such an excursion may be time consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communications with the locals after all. Namate, Angelus, if you would accompany me on my errand. Indeed. Now, no better way to whet my appetite. Good, let us be about our task then. Come on, let's go and get those Najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Alright, I gotta get some inventory space. So let's go here. Running low on inventory. Getting rid of a little level 80 here too. That isn't Viper and the other stuff. I got the card for that. Nice. Oh, the golden whisker. The gold whisker. Wonder how much that sells for. Interesting. Let's go to the thing. We'll get my retainers. Try to put some of this stuff in there as well. I may end up just pulling all the fish and stuff out of there and just vendoring it, since I'm not doing anything with it right now. A lot of inventory space. sorting some shit so I can have some inventory. Can't believe I can't put those things in there. That's stupid. Part of me wants to sell all these materia too, since I don't really use them. Hmm. How come you can't put these in there? Considered costumes. That gives me 40 inventory spots for now. Alright. Give me a second, I'll be right back. We'll grab a drink and we'll come back and we'll continue. Alrighty. We're back in it. Test. Test. 1, 2. Yep, there we go. Alright. Let's get into it. Let me switch this quick. See if anybody's over on Rumble. Nope. We're over here on the Twitter or the X. Let us see if there are any new Nadrul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Uranger mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? The jewel leaves for purposes other than Zibruk Bibble, naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forests for more. Gormagic Grove is the source of the finest Nadrul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredients, then to the Jatika heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Traveling there requires that you go through Tyan and Beck Traverse, but it has caved in due to recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our Nadrul leaves. But we can, can't we? there were no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. It's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach. You may find the brick pibble to be delicious, but daunting dish to finish. I can't wait. Still, there are no leaves here, and we can't travel for more. How are we supposed to gather our ingredients? These feasts are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and culture of Toliliol. So perhaps there is something about Zabrik Bibble that we have yet to learn, something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see. Like who was the first to make it, its history, that sort of thing. If you talk Tao's history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. Between the Zebral and the Mamuja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of the bloodshed is to know Zabrik Pubble. Huh. What does terms Ibruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Guessing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of settlement ruined by the wars, the village of Lilion Osho. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Lilion Osho, understood. Thank you for your help. Come on, let's go and see this place. Alright. Off we go. Yeah, the village of Elion Osho must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. So this is the village of Ilion Osho, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Look, Avu, I didn't know you were in the Yachtel. I was picking up lumber from Zik Barracks when I heard the third promise was on her way to the site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Okabu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the feat of reeds. A pleasure, you are a pleasure. You are a member of the third promise retinue, I presume? For a moment, I suppose I am. My name is Kona. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kona, now that's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard? Kona is in the second promise of Tolilio. To think that I addressed the Dawn servant's own son as some common retainer. Such a disrespect cannot be excused. Please, take up your gun and... Goddamn. Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Oh. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. Right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about the Zibrak Pibble. While I am forbidden by the Zibrak rocks to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of the Yachtel's history. We'd appreciate that. In the most basic sense, the conflict, the Zabral and the Mamulja was once one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Zabral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet, advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Zabral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tides eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well, blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamulja were once a people as much as war with themselves as they were with others. The Habigo, Buniwa, and Dapro such sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Zabral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, the Hubigo and the Buniwa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of different clans could not have children together. But when it happened, a child arrived who shared the blood of the Hubigo and the Buniwa both, a two-headed Mamulja. He blessed us with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess. He grew into a mighty warrior before eventually arising as the first Otterak, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the Otterak rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and I shall share, and I shall continue the tale. I have a feeling their papa's the reason they're orphans. And the only reason they took them in and adopted them is out of pity.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinder Field. A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been. The war over these lands began after the Yoqui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter. Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago. Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Vali Yarmanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Buff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
Who's that?
He's from across the ocean.
I am.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end? That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil, and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine. What do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East. But you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front. An alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn Servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn Servant laughed and declared once more, their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn Servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn Servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets a strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
really sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Bibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Maybe. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. And we're doing the same now. Avu has given us valuable insight into the origins of Zibruk Pebble. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves unless... Tell me, was the historic feast commemorated in some fashion with a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since these feats demand a journey through history, I thought it was only logical that a monument like this might steer us true. Especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamate, Angelus, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Look here, the soil has been recently overturned. Oh, someone buried a box. Well, I should have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are, fresh Najul leaves. Hunma Ruck's doing, I'd wager. There's a pottery and, there's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to a war they helped end. So we planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Mokevu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well. Third promise, ever since I witnessed your performance at the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Toliol and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Zigbraz. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wakavu came along and helped us find them. Wakavu was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That Gigul Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprised me little. But to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. I'll leave it to my old man to find the honest solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Yoranje and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Aaronville and I found our Ubrick, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a surprise. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. And part of never speak of this to anyone. Did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield archaeot. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Though further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope I could use adventurous grit when it comes to skinning the brick. Ooh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay then,
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling housecan.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then. In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Bibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you.
Oh
All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
Is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the Najul leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
Don't have to tell me twice. That was bliss.
It was palatable enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any shipwreck people left? I could really use another helping.
That was so good. I'm already looking forward to having Zibrick Bibble again. Here, Angelus, Kyle made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers seem free to offer it to us, right? Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and understand the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tyenbeck Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Jatika heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surrounds if Aranvel would oblige me with a tour. Very well. I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into Grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Oh, that's right. Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. You want to join us, Angelus? Let us convene here after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in Yaktiel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. foreign mage 20 years ago. Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hanmuruk. He was already Zambrak's rocks then. A baby girl. It couldn't have been. Thanks. Thanks, sir. That information is very helpful. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through XIV roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is a family nonetheless. Foreign mage did indeed visit Ixbrock's master Galoof. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied. More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They said that Yakhoye once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed, but yes, before they withdrew to Orkopacha some 5 centuries ago. Alright, general curiosity indeed, but yes, before they withdrew to Orkopacha some 5 centuries ago, Ayokoyo claimed Yaktiel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forest, the Tika heartland. And that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that I thought that though position forbids me from aiding you further. I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Angelus. May I request a moment of your company? Go on, we'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Crown's plea has softened my resolve. As leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Woklamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the Zabral, so when she arrived, the village was elated, such joy. I felt when first I held her, the pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old and ancient, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jahatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Zabral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intention of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminal sought to undermine the future of the Zabral. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Dawn Servant Galul Jaja. Though she was born to lead Zabral, fate had a greater plan for Woklamat. Only the Dawn Servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Zabral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you not as the Dawn Servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the Third Promise, defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Toledo, but a concerned father. suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word to this to anyone. Alrighty. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting. Duty. You're back, so what did Hanmo Rook want? Yeah, that's alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, the tie-in back at Traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. And I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. A nap does sound tempting. A moment, promise. You're one of bad cool Jajas. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but I know that it would be most unwise. And why is that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us? Oh, Morok! Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on. Look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. He heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Hormoruk my... Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him. Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right. Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me? I'll kill you, kill you, kill you all! Don't look away, Salty. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people!
Skillful combat weapon will gain the result she needs to unleash a powerful limit break. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious.
Come, you mangy house cat. this. I'll cut you to shreds! My magic should be more than enough for Miss Middens. I'll make you eat dirt!
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces. I'll cut you to shreds! My magic should be more than enough for Miss Middens. I'll make you eat dirt!
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior? Miss Middens is no longer abusing me, brother.
This rite has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
What? Can't keep up?
How do you like this? Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
finished her, brother. This is the end for you, kitten.
The fuck? I don't know what I'm not doing right. Well, obviously I need to avoid shit. That's for sure.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces. I'll cut you to shreds. My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens. I'll make you eat dirt.
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior?
Damn it.
Miss Mittens is no longer amusing me, brother.
This rite has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
What? Can't keep up.
How do you like this? Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
I finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Irritating pest! finished her, brother. This is the end for you, kitten. Know your place.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
Leave it upstart. Why won't you die? Fine. I'll show you the true power of the Blessed.
I will be the next Dawn Servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last!
Oh yeah.
That's why there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you!
What? But that was everything I had! I can't stand it anymore! Attack! This is our fight! Stay out of it! You bring shame upon us!
Holy
You
hell.
think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Oh-ho! The great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't win. I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence! What changed? She wasn't like this before!
Hey, bitch.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing. but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you alright? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Kulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulihyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
It seems we were last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me, keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty. Couldn't have been easy for you. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it. Of course, I know better than that now. Earlier in the second Promises camp,
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Bibil?
So, thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tudi Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be. Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Alright, I'll be right back, folks. the state of the tie-in-back traverse? Still being cleared, I'd assume. Hunmo Reich said he would notify us as soon as work was done. Then perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Clement's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This is Baku Jaja we're talking about. Yeah, she whooped his ass. So I taught him a lesson, and I took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat. Bravo. What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me contacted me with news of their success. The tie-in back traverse is now safe for travel. Then we finally can make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Ken and Ram first met the Dawn servants, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It's true that the Dawn servants received Ken and Ram in Mamuk, and was instrumental in establishment of friendly relations between the Zabral and Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while their traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for our outsiders. Whatever they like, the people of Mamuk are also Toliola. If I'm to be Dawn servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from and eat so much Zabrik Pibble, please, besides. Thank you for everything, Anmuruk. Till next time, take care. First, we make our way across the Zabrit Cinderfield due southeast. Grown indeed. Let me do the things first, or the Aether Currents. We'll do those first, and then we'll go to the next zone. Hello there, Angelus. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the Third Promise. I've been wanting to speak with you if you have a moment. My name's Tyat Raw, and I'm a hunter here. Well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany me to my next foray, and I'd be honored if it belongs to one of Volklamont's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy man, but everyone else has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that none can hunt alone. I'd be forever grateful if you join me. Just tell me what to kill. Thank you. I need to take every chance. I need to take every chance I have to gain experience if I want to be accepted by my more senior hunters, and working with you is sure to be enlightening. Great, then I'll be off the hunting grounds to the north. See you there, Angelus. Our quarry is the Tayayati. They're quick and clever. A challenge for any hunter, but their meat is tasty enough to make all the trouble worth it. They're partial to tree sap, so they've often been among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of a tree covered in the stuff, they'll probably come down to defend their score. Of course, they aren't the only animals roaming the wilds. The stealthy Vastrala rocks have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out on them. I'll try the nearby trees. You should get a bit deeper into the forest so we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done, and good luck, Angelus. You made it. I've only just returned myself, and I'm eager to compare our catches. What? Is that the Vitrol Brox? You went against it alone? You won and won? I know this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry Brox out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad to know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. I suppose I ought to explain. You see, there's a reason I'm so keen to gain experiences on here. I want to join the Brethren of Brox, but they won't accept just anybody, no. Only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. I still remember the day I decided I would be one of them. I was young, foolish, and I thought I could hunt on my own, in defiance of the rules. Then a beast stuck up on me, its fangs bared. I thought I was done for, but then an arrow struck it down. It was one of the Brethren of Brox. He saved me, and me. Ever since, I've wanted to do the same, to watch over the forest and keep it a safe place for others. I can't think of a better way to spend my days. But their trial is conducted in pairs. I'd ask one of the brethren to assist me, but all of them have been so busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with the details, but I've gathered that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But but you're as good as any of them. If we do the trial together, we're sure to make it through. Please say you'll help me. This is my chance to finally be of use. The trial is as good as done. That's what I wanted to hear. There's no one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream, and I have to do everything in my power to go the rest of the way. Yeah. Where's the other one? The other one's over here. Oh there, friend. I require someone with a stealthy tread to help me shed light on a little mystery instead of interested in a bit of work. Recently, I've obscured one of the older residents of Braz, coming and going from the Zorbrit Cinderfield. Quite unusual, since that place is nothing but a barren wasteland, ravaged by war. Of course, I don't want to be seen prying into private matters, so I can't ask the others about it. But if he's up to no good, I need to know about it. Will you follow him for me? He usually makes his regular journey to the Cinderfield around this time. Once you find him, stick to his tail. But don't get too close, or else this'll all be for nothing. Alright, no one saw me. You have to wait until the goods get here. Maybe I'll be home. Time for dinner. Huh? What? Did you follow me here? I guess I wasn't as sneaky as I thought. But I'm not doing anything wrong, despite how this looks. I'm trading with Mamuk, all under the blessing of Hanmu Uruk. We have to be secretive about it, though. You see, we deliver valuable foodstuffs to Mamuk, meats and vegetables that are hard to come by in their parts of the woods. In return, we get Jatika bananas. Each party leaves their goods in carts and collects them when the other is out of sight. For a while, after hostilities ceased, trade didn't have to be so cloak and dagger, but many of the Mamulja who are willing to embrace change have left to Tuliul, and those who remain bear old grudges. So we chose a path of discretion, of course. I don't blame people of the Mamuk, even in Ikmbraz. There are those who can't forgive the past. Trading like this appeases both sides, even though our dealings aren't exactly unknown to most. I take it the one who asked you to follow me was young, yes? Too young to know to overlook an old man wandering into these blasted wastes. Any rude. It's time I took my goods and returned home. If you could tell that lass you lost sight of me, I'd be grateful. She'll accept the truth, most likely, if she discovers it for herself. Holy hell, that's far away. Your return, did you find out where he was going? It was too quick for me. Really? Well, these things happen, I suppose. Nevertheless, I thank you for trying. Truth be told, I do have a theory as to what he's up to. You see, every once in a while, I'll spot people feasting on Jatika's bananas. They never say where they get them from. But it was the man. If that man is venturing into the lower forest, he could be one smuggling them. But it's too soon to go around making accusations. I'll keep looking into the matter until I find the truth. Let's both keep quiet about this, eh? As promised, you deserve a reward for your time. Safe travels. The traverse will bring us straight into Jatika's heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely. We spoke with one of the excavators on our way down. Apparently, a cool Jaja cleared away the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. The Wakalamat single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is not short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. more ways than one. Take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. As you hold the paring stone in the soft glow, it fixes itself to the boulders with surprising force. Paring stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron, one of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous aether they emit causes surrounding flora to grow unique hues, as you can see. So these glowing boulders come plummeting down from the heavens. Vidral, be merciful. There you are. Blue, it's all blue. A far cry from the upper forest indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about it. Keep running, we're almost there. Alright, I think we're going to end it here. Vinny's having his stream here shortly. So, yeah. I'll talk to y'all later. Anybody that might have been lurking throughout the 4 or 5 hours worth that I was streaming, please sure to follow and do all that lovely stuff. We'll be on sometime next week, most likely, because I work this weekend, so won't be any streams this weekend.